His opponent on lane 60 will be Ethan Collier. On lane 63 will be Jordan Malott. Bowling him on lane 64 will be Kyle Toyas. On lane 67 will be Alexander Horton. And on lane 68, the final bowler of our group today, Anthony Mastriani. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head back to the setting area. All right, these athletes will be bowling in a double elimination bracket. Each division match will consist of 2 games where total pinfall will determine the winner. The higher seed bowler will have lane choice. The player on the left will start the match. In the event a match is tied after 2 games, a 9th and 10th frame roll-off will occur until the tie is broken. Once an athlete loses 2 matches, they will be eliminated from the event. You'll simply follow the lane numbers on your division's bracket board to determine where you'll bowl the next game. Pinfall from the qualifying games and advancer round will not be carried over into the double elimination bracket match play competition. Athletes, once again, you will enter the scores on your recap sheet. Once your match is over, turn in the recap sheet to a tournament official. A 1-lane courtesy is in effect and will be monitored by tournament staff. We'll update scores after each match once the scores have been verified by tournament officials. Each and every one of you has shown us why you deserve to be here and why you're one of the best of the best. We look forward to naming the male and female members of Junior Team USA 2017. And when your lanes come on, you'll be ready for 5 minutes of practice. Down there in the U12 finals, it's actually 10 minutes of practice, so continue until we shut them off. About a minute left, about a minute left.
Survivor bowlers, you got about 5 minutes of practice remaining. 5 minutes for survivor bowlers. Also, if you don't have a score sheet, you can come get one from us at the front desk. If there's anything wrong with your lane assignment, please see a yellow shirt as soon as possible. The names will be coming up on the screen shortly.
All right, it's time. Are you ready? Who's out there in the chat? Tell me. Are you ready? I know I am. U12 boys, U12 girls. Bracket play here live from the 2016 Junior Gold. Woodland Bowl, Indianapolis, Indiana. Kicking things off on the stream, Annalise O'Brien versus Hannah Deem, Edgar Burgos versus Brandon Caruso. I will go through the entire bracket and all sorts of other fun stuff here shortly as we get things moving. And this is where it gets fun. Final two make a TV show. There's also Junior Team USA berths on the line as well. If you don't get excited for this as a fan or a bowler, then there's not much else to get excited for. Great stuff about to happen right here at Woodland Bowl. Edgar Burgos starts with a strike. Annalise O'Brien, who's been around the tournament lead all day, all week long. Starting out with a spare. Just making final adjustments to the scores. Make sure everybody can see it just fine. As we're down to just two on a pair now. Makes a little difference on the setup here with the cameras and all that good stuff. So we want to make sure we got a nice clear picture for everyone to see. We've been through 4 qualifying rounds plus the advancers round, so 20 games for the U12s to get to this point in the event. All scores are available at bowl.com. Qualifying scores round by round. If you joined us this morning here on Bowl TV, thanks for coming back. This is Craig Elliott from BowlStream TV with the coverage here live at Woodland Bowl. Give you a quick rundown of the bracket. Final 8 in each bracket. Let's start with the ladies. Annalise O'Brien, Hannah Deem, the 1 versus 8 seed on the left of our screen. Victoria Verano, Haley Trisky on that side of the bracket. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Shayla Gwynn, the 2 seed versus Jillian Martin. April Calatrava versus Elizabeth Kuta. 2-game total pinfall, double elimination. We will work our way down to the final 2 in the boys and girls bracket. And they come back tomorrow morning for a CBS Sports show taping as they bowl for the championship. Final 8 over on the boys' side. We've got Edgar Burgos and Brandon Caruso, the 1 versus 8 seed right in front of us. In the bracket also on that side, Brandon Bone, son of Parker Bone, who is in Welch, Minnesota right now, bowling for a PBA 50 title on the Scorpion pattern up at the World Championship. Brandon taking on Ethan Collier. Another familiar name on the other side of the bracket, Jordan Malott, son of 10-time PBA champ Wes Malott. Jordan making the bracket again for 2 consecutive years. Taking on Kyle Choyes. And Alexander Horton, who finished second in 2014, taking on Anthony Mastriani, the 3 versus 6. So 1:30, 2:30, 4 and 5 o'clock are our scheduled round times, and 6 p.m. if necessary in the double elimination bracket. So Lucas, everything should be going out good. We've got a great upload signal. I'm showing 720p as far as the quality heading out. Sometimes you might want to just adjust your settings, that little wheel at the bottom of the screen there, or just do a reboot. Technology can get funky sometimes. You never really know how it's going to come out to you. But we've got a good upload signal heading out of Woodland Bowl, and thanks to the great people here for making that happen and allowing us to take over some real estate here with Bowl TV and my BowlStream TV equipment to bring you this coverage. And I need to go find a pen so I can keep track of the scores. I always forget something. All right, I got a pencil. I'm ready to go. Hannah Deem, 53 in the third, spare in the fourth. All spares so far. Annalise O'Brien with her second strike, 60 in the third. Caruso all spares. Burgos double spare strike. So the 1 versus 8 seeds, nobody's opened yet, and going kind of hard and straight with some sanity equipment. Edgar Burgos. 10 back. Noah Catalano, I hope you're not supposed to be working because you've been watching the bowling all weekend long. I hope I'm not going to get you in trouble, but we do appreciate you tuning in. Great stuff, and we're glad we can share it with everybody from across the country and across the world. And Hannah Deem not quite figuring out the formula to knock down all 10 pins. Staying clean, though, that's the key here at this event. Scores were low. You go back and check the qualifying scores. Didn't take a whole lot. I think a 150 to 60 average, if memory serves me correct, made it to the advancers round. Spares are premium. Nick Hoagland designed these patterns to be very challenging, and they're proven to be just that. Just off camera to the right, we've got Victoria Verano, younger sister of Danielle McEwen. Oh, Burgos liked that shot. She's taking on Haley Trisky, and just to the right of that, young Brandon Bone taking on Ethan Collier. That's about as far as I can see here from our vantage point behind 55 and 56 at Woodland Bowl. And don't forget to open up a second streaming window. We'll have U20 girls with another advances round at 2 o'clock. And the U15s are out there somewhere as well. We'll have 3 streams going all at once here later this afternoon with the different age groups scattered across Indianapolis, Indiana. So open up multiple browsers. This is the U12s. Brandon Caruso looking to take advantage of that spare in the 6th from Burgos, doubling up here 6th and 7th. He can close the lead down to a dozen pins with a chance to pull even here in the 8th frame. See where Brandon's playing. Both these bowlers are throwing some sanity equipment. Look a little left of target, does not go far enough left. Can't carry their Brooklyn, leaves a 6-10. Annalise O'Brien, leader for the girls U12, coming in, opens in frame number 6. And also in frame number 7. And Hannah Deem steps right up and takes advantage of those back-to-back open frames with a big strike in the 7th. She's going to get a couple of pin lead. And it looks like the practice and strategy with Burgos and Caruso throwing that sand equipment. Looks like everything's starting to check a little early. This pair is going to get, could be difficult here pretty quick. They might have to make some quick ball changes to control the break point. And how about Hannah Deem jumping up after back-to-back opens out of Annalise O'Brien. Throws a double right back at her. Remember, these kids are under 12. There's no pressure. They were asked before we kicked things off if they're ready to bowl on TV tomorrow, and I think they all just kind of went, yeah, sure. Why not? Sounds like fun. Nobody seemed real excited. These kids are calm, cool, and collected. Great to see some of the kids at bowl this event out there to chant, watching, supporting their fellow bowlers. Nice job. Congratulations on qualifying and competing here this year. Off to our right, Brandon Bone, 143 in the 8th. And looks like Collier's got him by about 20 with a couple frames to go. Haley Trisky, 129 in the 7th. Just looking at about a 30-pin lead going into the 9th frame over Victoria Verano. Burgos jumps up real quick after that open frame. Puts another strike on the board. Strike here for Caruso. He can get it to within 2 pins. 2-game total pin matches here. And that's another shot where that ball just goes left and kind of rolls out for Caruso. The whole bracket all the way through the TV show. Burgos led for the boys. Annalise O'Brien led for the girls. And how about that split conversion for Annalise? A little 4-7-10. That should help the confidence a little bit. So these are both 1 versus 8. Matches, here in the bracket. Lost my train of thought there. That happens a lot. And Hannah Deem, seriously, you can't shake that little girl. How about that? She jumps up, throws a double after back-to-back opens. She watches Annalise pick up a 4-7-10 to get back in the match and throws another strike. Oh, and she'll have a 4-10 of her own now. How about that shot for Caruso, asking it to push, a little body language. Nice. He's in the two teens. Walking it out, pulling the string. Nice ball game for Caruso. Are you kidding me? 213. Unfazed. 186 for Hannah Deem after an open in the 10th on that split. And she would take a slight lead into game 2 over our tournament leader, Annalise O'Brien. But this is 2 game totals. You can't win it the first game, but you can put yourself in a really good position. A nice shot for Burgos. And you hear his family behind us cheering him on. That was a quality shot for the youngster. And unfortunately, another open for Annalise. Anna Elise. Get that extra A in there. 158. So she'll be minus 28 after game number 1. Jury Dash full roster is out. If you just go to bowl.com, you can see the final standings to get to this point. I don't have a printed bracket in front of me. I just took a picture with my phone and read them off a little bit earlier. Back-to-back opens for Haley Trisky in the 9th and 10th for 164. And Victoria Verano gets up and doubles 7 and a 10th to tie. .215 for Burgos. 2-pin lead. Those are 2 of the best games we've seen all week long in any age group. And we caught them right here on the feature pair. Nicely done. And Hannah Deem jumps right up and strikes to start game number 2. She's got that 28-pin lead. Trying to keep the pressure on the number 1 seed, Anna Elise O'Brien. Oh, good shot. Pulled the string. Couldn't trip the 4-9 out for Anna Elise. Double elimination bracket. We also have, I think, what they call a Survivor tournament going on the low end of the house. A little second chance event. Oh, and how about that 4-9 conversion? I'm not sure, but I think the conversation with one of her parents in the back, she says, I just want to get one. I think they said, just pick it up, and she did. Wow. No fear in these kids. Fantastic stuff. I believe it's 171-198. Bone versus Collier. If I can't quite see that one. We'll check it if this next game gets close. And a washout miss for Caruso. Burgos out of Dorado, Puerto Rico. Fort Buchanan Bowling Center, his home center. Favorite bowler, Scott Norton. High game of 297 in the 687 series. Well, the way he throws the ball, it's hard to believe 687 is his high series. Kid throws it good. Anna Elise O'Brien, our leader for the U12s, coming into the bracket. Out of Ball Ground in Georgia. Cherokee Lanes, her favorite bowler, Doug O'Brien. High game of 289 and 733 series with a 199 average. Boy, I think a ball change for Annalise after that 4-9 and almost left another one. 4 falls late. Pretty solid spare for Burgos. Run down the top 8 again for the girls in no particular order. April Calatrava, Elizabeth Kuda, Hannah Deem, Shayla Gwynn, Jillian Martin, Annalise O'Brien, Haley Trisky, and Victoria Verano, your final 8. Hannah Deem actually has a 300 to her credit already. She's out of Seminole, Florida, Liberty Lanes, and Largo. Annalise coming back up, looking for her first strike here in game number 2, and she gets it. There's a nice little fist pump. Caruso struggling a little bit to find that pocket. Makes the spare nicely. Top 8 for the boys, again, no particular order. Kyle Toyas, Anthony Mastriani, Jordan Malat, Alexander Horton, Ethan Collier, Brandon Caruso, Edgar Burgos, and Brandon Bone. And watch out for Hannah Dean, but she starts front 3, putting a ton of pressure. Comes in with a 28-pin lead over Anna Elise O'Brien. Starts out front 3, and even with an open here, if she does not convert the washout, she's still keeping command here. In her match, Victoria Verano off to our right. Going to be a few pins back through 4 frames over Haley Trisky. Brandon Bone trying to fight back. Looks like he's struggling with some down lane reaction, watching his mannerisms off to the right. Burgos staying clean. And yeah, what his dad said behind me there. If anybody out there is translating, feel free to share. Hannah Dean comes back with a strike after that open frame in frame number 4. Well, you're seeing the reasons why Burgos is leading this field for the boys coming in as the number 1 seed. He's got a little moxie. Can hear some cheers off to the right from Brandon Bone. He's got some fans behind him. He's trying to fight back in his match. Gets up, throws a big strike. Frame number 5. Anna Elise makes that spare. She's down a couple of marks right now. She's going to need some help. Hannah seeing something she didn't like or felt something she didn't like, step back, regroup, go back through that routine, keep it the same. Caruso, might have dropped that one just a touch. Can't get the 9-pin out. Mike Torres, we're just going to have one match each round. We've only got a couple of cameras, limited availability here in the center and what all we can show. So we're showing different parts of the bracket, and we'll share as much information as possible with you, so you know who's staying in the winner's bracket, who's going in the contenders bracket, who's moving on. He's got a chance at the show tomorrow. And Haley Trisky putting the pressure on Victoria Verano now with 3 quick strikes in frames 5, 6, and 7. And you don't need to watch. You can hear the cheers for Edgar Burgos on that last strike. Jordan Malott is on 67 and 68, well out of camera range. Hey, good afternoon, Randy Whitehead. We'll see you tomorrow morning, hopefully down in Orlando for the 20 grand. Or David Brock, if you got questions, sure, I will try to answer. Hannah Deem is just putting her foot on the gas against number 1 seed Anna Elise O'Brien. 28-pin lead, 6 strikes with a little 6-3 open in the middle. It's going to make it very difficult for Anna Elise to get back in this match. Caruso jumps up with a quick double, slapping that one off. Mike Torres, we have no idea what the patterns are. Patterns will not be announced until Monday on what these bowlers competed on all week long. Nobody knows, not even the guys running the machines know. They don't know what kind of oil it is. They don't know what the pattern is. Nothing. Figure it out. Let the ball be there to guide. And these are the top bowlers in their age group, and they've figured it out. Hannah Deem has figured it out. And why not? Throw Brooklyn in there just for fun. That match is over. And Burgos putting a ton of pressure on. An open frame over there for Ethan Collier in the 7th, a 112 in the 7th. Brandon Bowen 128, so 16. I think he's still going to be down a little bit. I'll double check Collier's score, but I think it was 198. Caruso, don't count him out yet. 2-pin difference in this match. Burgos coming in +2, 215 to 213 over Caruso. As it sits, it's a 32-pin difference. But 2 frames to go, anything can happen. Big shot for Brandon Caruso to try to take a little notch off the belt of our leader, Edgar Burgos. High flush. Great round of applause from the fans here. Good support from everyone. Anna Lisa's max score is 204. Hannah Deem is already at 204. So our number 1 seed on the ladies' side, Annalisa Bryant, will go down into the contenders bracket. And Hannah Dean will stay alive in the winners bracket. Jason, we don't have any cameras to move. If that's what you're looking for, this is what we got, these two pairs. We've been focused here all weekend long. We'll have other matches coming up at 2:30 for the next round. Uh-oh, time to do some math. 235, so 237, so Caruso needs 238. And he can shoot 238 on the nose. So double 9 to tie, 3 strikes to win here for Brandon Caruso and Edgar Burgos. To get the second one, you got to have the first one. He likes it. Oh, a little light. And Burgos stays alive. Wow, what a sigh on his face right in front of me. Whew. He just realized I won that one. Hannah Dean with the win. The 8 seed takes out the 1 on the ladies' side. And Edgar Burgos, after missing that 10-pin, manages to sneak by with the win. Good finish for Caruso. Brandon Bone gets the first one in the 10th, must have the second one in the 10th to defeat Ethan Collier. And Brandon does it. Big double in the 10th for Brandon Bone to win his match. Haley Trisky will win her match against Victoria Verano. And the rest of them are a little bit out of camera range, and there's a whole lot of butts per square inch to try to sneak down there and catch the scores. So we'll give those to you here shortly. In the meantime, we'll be on a short break. Next round starts promptly at 2:30, so just 17 minutes away. Don't go too far. Craig Elliott here, BowlStream TV, live on Bowl TV with U12 bracket play from Junior Gold, Woodland Bowl, Indianapolis, Indiana. Get ready for more action.
Horton. I go Horton.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's not doing too good. So he's probably mad and gonna be focused. But you need to be focused also, okay? You need to focus on getting your mark, brother.
Dad, I really like that mastermind.
What do you mean?
I really like that line. The mastermind.
Straight up 8. All right, but you gotta hit it, man. God dang, I'm tired of watching you spray it all over.
Is this mine?
We're bowling
Is this
for
mine?
the world championship, and I'm not even kidding this time.
Is this mine?
For the world championship.
Is this mine?
So, if you're gonna throw that mastermind, you need to dial it in.
Is this mine?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Wow, Brandon. What?
The world is watching.
Are you telling Grandma? Did you tell Grandma? The world isn't watching.
The world.
It's on YouTube. It's just on YouTube.
That is live stream to the world. You know what WWW stands for?
Here, look and see how many people are watching it.
World Wide Web.
I bet you only 50 people are watching it right now. 50. What?
How much you want to bet?
I don't want to bet anything. I just want to.
This guy right here, that's what he said that. You want to ask him?
Sure. I don't want to ask him. I don't.
Ask him how many viewers he's got. And then tell him that you're getting ready to multiply that by 5.
Just look on there. Dad! It's the microphone right there.
Guys, have a couple minutes for your practice, okay?
Hi, Jason Flaw. $55. I didn't mean to. Just calm down. Seriously. Oh, that means I heard that on here.
Please get all the U12 competitors down there starting there. All the U12 competitors down here starting there. We're going to start general practice in about 2 minutes.
Jason Flaw, we are coming for you.
U12 boys, please down the approach. We're going to turn your lanes on for 5 minutes of practice. 5 minutes. Now practice restart.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Elimination matches now. Practice time, 5 minutes of practice here. Elimination matches, we've got Shayla Gwynn and Elizabeth Kalatava, if I pronounce that one correct. So on the ladies' side, this is elimination game here, so that means Elizabeth Kucha and Jillian Martin advanced in their side of the bracket. And Hannah Deem, Haley Trisky on their side. So Annalise O'Brien is taking on Victoria Verano down on 65 and 66. in the other elimination match. So we'll be down to 6 bowlers here after this next game. On the U12 boys side, Brandon Bone, Edgar Burgos advance in the winner's bracket. Brandon Caruso taking on Ethan Collier down on 67 and 8. Alex Horton, runner-up in 2014, taking on Kyle Toivas. This is elimination match. That means Anthony Mastriani and Jordan Malott in the winner's bracket over on 59 and 60. And Walter Ray Williams Jr. advances. I believe that's the Viper Championship over on Extra Frame. So Ron Moore against Walter A. Williams Jr. for the Viper title up in Welch, Minnesota. A little delay over at the 15 and 20-year-olds. Double checking the standings, making sure things are correct. You don't want to start without getting them right. You also got to give time for these bowlers to get across town. We had 15 and 20-year-old girls at different centers. They have to go from here to there and everywhere else to get there in time, get set up, make sure scores are correct, and keep going on that round. It's a little different here. We had these fields set last night, so all these bowlers knew exactly where they were supposed to be here this afternoon. And we are ready for round 2. 2016 Junior Gold elimination matches here in front of us. 53, 4, 5, and 6 in this 70-lane center at Woodland Bowl. Horton, Toivas for the boys. Caltrava. And Gwynn for the girls. 2-game total pins. Winners advance and losers tournament will come to an end. And I'm getting that name wrong, not Caltrava. My apologies if I scared anybody out there. Elizabeth Kuta, excuse me. Jillian Martin, Caltrava still alive in the winner's bracket to our right. And Mastriani and Malott also. Ty Colson, that's a great question. I imagine that stuff is posted out there somewhere on bowl.com. I haven't seen it yet. I do know that there's over $300,000 up for grabs in all of the different age groups here. We've got U12 boys and girls, U15 boys and girls, U20 boys and girls. U20 boys actually comprise about 1,300 bowlers out of the 3,300 plus competing here. So their prize fund is obviously a little bit bigger than some of the smaller groups. But it's still a good chunk of change. I think last year it might have been 2,500 maybe? Approximately for the boys and girls, it depends on size of the field and all that. But over $300,000 in that prize fund. And I believe our practice is just about complete, and these athletes are ready to go. And there's our announcement from Director Gary Brown. Practice is done. It's time. Kucha and Gwynn, Horton and Toyas right in front of us. So higher seeds have choice of starting lane. Get the names changed and the score is correct, and we'll get things underway. So Craig Elliott here from BowlStream TV, bringing you round 2 of the U12 bracket here at Junior Gold. A slight delay till we get the scores updated properly. We'll get it figured out here. Make sure we got the right names and the right starting lanes in. Jared, that's a good point. Actually, I think if you might have had a chance to see yesterday's chat with Wes Blunt talking about how these kids are a little bit different the way they bowl, right? The older players. Actually, you know what? That wasn't Wes. Sorry, Wes, but Wes does know this. I was listening to Extra Frame with Warren G. Burr talking about how the older players slide more flat-footed, so they burn up more heels than these younger bowlers. These younger bowlers are on their toes. It puts more pressure on their knees.
You get a nap, Shayla?
Sorta. Not really. I didn't sleep. I went and laid down on the couch for like 15 minutes.
And Kaya Rose, let's see, average is 170, 195, 180, 170, 209. Jordan Malott, 217. So, yeah, these bowlers got some pretty darn good averages.
All right, everybody in the U12 division, go ahead and start up. We're going to change your names as you start. So go ahead and start up. Top side starts, please. As a reminder, after this round, there will be a relay. We'll start up approximately 4 o'clock. Thank you.
We're going to get started now. We just had to get the names correct, and we'll get them updated as they go. Trying to make sure we get those scores up there properly.
We'll change your names as we get up there. Go ahead.
Shayla Gwynn going to start things out.
Start on the left.
Alex Horton will start in their match. And here we go. Little 5-count washout. Gets 2 of them for young Mr. Horton.
Alex. The names are on the scores. They're on the wrong names again.
Alex Horton out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania, taking on Kala Toyas out of Waterloo, Indiana. Elizabeth Kuta is from Smyrna, Tennessee. And Shayla Gwynn, Anderson, Indiana, a little bit north of here. She bowls out of Dave Small's Championship Lanes. Really nice center up there in Anderson. Just went through the recent remodel. Beautiful place. And Elizabeth misses the 10-pin to start this elimination match. And a little different than what we saw in matches 1. Everybody was striking and sparing at will, and now opens for all 4 competitors here. In the first frame. Randy Whitehead, I'm not out of focus. Going out in 720 here. We should be good to go. Rocking and rolling. I'm not sure what y'all may be seeing. I don't really see a green color either, so you may have to adjust some settings. And don't look at the names yet. They need to reverse arrows, so just ignore that. The kids are in the right spot. Gary Brown's on the job here, taking care of business. I think what you guys might be seeing at home is just the glare from the light. There's a big light above the bowlers' couches that's kind of reflecting off the scores, unfortunately. But I'll keep you up to date on what the score is. Kyle Toya starts out open double. Alex Horton open strike and a split. I'm sorry, Kyle with a split. See, now I got to quit looking at the score so they get the names in the right spot. Shayla Gwynn. Another open frame. So Horton with the open double to start. Toya's open strike, open strike. Noah Catalano, I can answer that. The best way to prep for junior gold next year, practice, practice, practice. Not on house shots. Get out there on tougher patterns, WTBA patterns, Kegel challenge patterns. Go to your local center. Talk to your pro shop operator. Work with the guy that puts out the oil on the machines. And find out what their capabilities are, and practice on that stuff. And no late 7-pin for Shayla Gwynn. There's a trip 4-pin that Shayla was looking for. 57 in the fourth. 21-pin lead. Noah, a lot of Kegel machines were brought up here to answer that question. There was at least 4 in this center, if not more. There might have been 6 or 8. Five different centers, anywhere from 32 to 80 lanes or 84 lanes. I forget where all they were at. So yeah, quite a few oil machines. The great people at Kegel sent up the machines, sent up the staff to run them, and took control of the patterns that were given by Nick Hoagland. This is Woodland Bowl on the north side of Indianapolis, Indiana. Jordan Malott with an early 26-pin lead over Anthony Mastriani through 4 frames. Elizabeth Kucha down. Oh, still got to get those names in there. They're getting the names closer. Alex Horton Coming up. Strikes in the 7th, 136 in the 6th. 52-pin lead early on. 4 opens for Kyle Toyas. Low game on this pair the last round was 213, and these bowlers have a little bit tougher time. Alex on a 2-teens pace. All right, big spare for Kyle. Try to get a little smile on his face. He can relax and have some fun here. This is an elimination match, though, right in front of us. Shayla not able to kick that 5-pin out. No, these bowlers here in the U12s are competing for spots on Junior Team USA. I don't know all the rules or how they pick that, but that is part of the Junior Gold festivities here, is spots on Junior Team, or these kids might be young for Junior Team. That might be a 3rd team. I don't know all that stuff, to be honest. I'm not familiar with all the Team USA rules. Maybe if we get a knowledgeable guest in here, we can find out how that works. Crossing over for Elizabeth Kutas, 75 now in the 6th, down 31 pins. Jordan Malott up 40 now through 6 frames in his match. Winner's bracket against Anthony Mastriani. Mike Torres there on the hand of the house. I don't see the scores from here, unfortunately. I do know that 2 boys and 2 girls will be bowling on CBS Sports tomorrow for the title of U12 Junior Gold Champion. And we saw in Game 5 of the U15 boys earlier today, right here on 55 and 6, Spencer Robar's last year's U12 champ, still alive in the U15s. A chance for him to go back-to-back. And Toyas, 142 possible. He's in a world of hurt. Alex Horton put up a big game, open frame number 1, and then he started striking, put on his striking shoes big time. All right, nice spare. 142 for Kyle. Kyle out of Waterloo, Indiana. Yeah, anybody out there looking to qualify for Junior Gold, I would just suggest go to bowl.com, follow the links. And you can figure it out there. There's a lot of local qualifiers all across the country at different centers and different people. Two-game total pin matches. Two of these bowlers will be eliminated on each side of the brackets for the boys and the girls. Alex Horton, Kyle Toyas. Elimination match. Elizabeth Kucha, Shayla Gwynn. Elimination match. 232. 90 pin advantage for Alex Horton. Wow, what a ball game. Bekemba Red, I don't know exactly what all these kids are throwing. I actually know last year I did the U12s, there was a girl throwing 16 pound. So it doesn't matter how big they are. Some of these kids can really handle the bigger weights. I would imagine 13 or 14 is probably the average. You still need a little bit of power behind that ball to knock down the pins. You can't go much later. They're all throwing pretty good equipment. And I'm sure there's some throwing 15 to 16. Elizabeth Kucha, 157. Shayla Gwynn, 140 in the 8th, spare in the 9th. 180 pace if she stays clean with a couple of marks. So she'll have a slight lead, and Kyle ready to start things off game number 2, down 90. Time to just make a big jump and try something different, make up some pins. That's why we bowl too, though. Anything can happen. Jordan Malott with back-to-back opens, sitting at 146 in the 9th. Looks like Mostriani is going to be in the 150, so Malott will have a little lead going into game 2, but not as big as it could have been. So 176 for Shayla Gwynn. That'll give her a 19-pin lead going into game 2 against Elizabeth Kucha. 151 for Mostriani. Malott sitting on 146 with an open in the 10th, so anything here is bonus pins to add to a little lead. He gets the first strike. April Calatrava, 135 in the 7th, spare in the 8th, 28-pin lead. Coming up in the 9th frame against Jillian Martin. That's a winner's bracket match as well. And Alex Horton opens frame 1. Toyas strikes. 90-pin difference. Anything can happen. And the 7-pin will not fall. Spare for Horton. Oh, and I missed Malat's second shot. He was in the 170s, high 170s anyway. So he's going to be plus 20-ish. All right, Toyas open up with a double. Not going away. Brad Littlejohn, great point, but Alex has actually been a runner-up in this event back in 2014. So I think he's got that experience. We'll have to wait and see, though. Jillian Martin, 163. She's taking on April Calatrava in our winner's bracket just to the right. Alex Horton trying to figure out how to get that 7-pin out. That's high. Deep breath for Horton, taking his time with this spare. Hold on, ball. All right, nicely done. And just like that, Kucha has erased that lead for Shayla Gwynn after Shayla goes spare open. Kucha starts strike 9 spare. Actually a 2-pin lead now for Kucha through 3 frames. Shayla Gwynn now a chance to get up here and hang on to that lead. Throwing a Motive Primal Rage. And ring 10, good shot. $194 for Calatrava. Nice ball game. Picked up a 4-5 split fill ball in the 10th. And they're getting underway now in the U15 and 20 girls. Looks like they just started over at Western Bowl. Keep an eye on that as well. Another 5-game advancers round. They will go to the top 16. In our matches here in front of us, we had a 90-pin lead for Horton after 1. A 19-pin lead for Shayla Gwynn after 1. Elizabeth has managed to pull back to even in that match. Kyle Choyas, not a lot he can do. Alex Horton, even with a 1 open, staying clean. Looks like Jordan Malott struggling here early on in game number 2 in his match. That's going to be right about even. Jillian Martin, April Calatrava in the winner's bracket for the ladies' side. 31-pin lead for Calatrava. And crossing over for Kyle Toyas again. So the best Kyle Toyas can shoot is 136.9, 227. That means 138 is a winner for Horton. So he just got to throw a couple shots and keep the ball on the lane. And this 3-bagger is pretty much it. So unfortunately, bowling math, this match is done here. And Kyle Toyas will be eliminated from junior gold. Still a great effort for Kyle out of Waterloo, Indiana. But Alex Norton. Alex Norton. Who is Alex Norton? I have no idea. Alex Horton with the win here and crossing over now for Shayla Gwynn, and that match is getting interesting. Back to even. Jordan Malott with another open, 42 in the 4th. He is down now to Mastriani. Maddie, as far as I know, U20 standings. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one there. All standings are up there at bowl.com. If anybody's looking for round by round coverage, it's out there. Check it out. Alex Horton with a handful. And the light mixer 4-pin not falling for Elizabeth Kutza. So she has a 12-pin lead with a conversion here with 4 frames to go in the elimination match. Wow. 232 and it's possible 224. So just a little 450 set for two for Horton on what's been a demanding pattern all week long. Nicely done. Kyle Toyas, just not a whole lot she can do. Toyas and Caruso both just ran into buzzsaws. Virgo shoots 450s. Horton comes in this pair, shoots 450s. So Horton advances. Toyas is out of the tournament now. And Shayla Gwynn with some work to do to try to climb back in this match against Elizabeth Kucha off to our left. A couple final shots for Kyle Toyas there to enjoy his time here in Indianapolis. That's a top 8 finish here at Junior Gold. Absolutely nothing wrong with that finish. Jordan Malott opens again in the 6th, 68 in the 6th. 29-pin deficit in this match. He's probably going to be on a couple of pins. I didn't get his first game score exactly. But he had a 20-ish pin lead. So that one's back and forth. Pick it up, Kyle. All right. Still 200, not a bad ball game whatsoever. He just ran into a buzzsaw. That's about the only word that you can say. I mean, Alex Horton lighting him up. So Elizabeth Kucha, 124 in the 6th. She was down on 19 pins. So let's see, 110. She's up 14 right now as she gets up in the 8th frame on a strike. Keep the chat on the up and up. No profanity. We're talking about bowling here, nothing else. Or we will eliminate the chat and start booting some people out of there. We're here to watch these athletes, support these athletes, and be positive. So you've been warned. Knock it off. So a 15-pin match right now with Gwynn and Kucha coming in at 9th and 10th frame. Gwynn will finish first. She will not be able to shut Elizabeth out no matter what she does. But we'll have a good idea of what's happening. And Mastriani taking a lead. Coming up in the 9th frame now over Jordan Malott. 31-pin deficit for Jillian Martin coming in. And she's down a few more yet, so April Calatrava taking control in that match. U20 finals later tonight. They're in the final advancers round right now over at Western Bowl. Yes, I do bowl by Kemba Wright a little bit back home in Michigan. I'm a 900 global staffer, and I get to bowl a little bit. I spend a lot of time behind the mic, unfortunately. Don't bowl as much as I'd like, but I've been bowling for over 40 years. and watched thousands and thousands of hours over the last couple of years doing these different live streams. So thank you very much. I appreciate the compliments. And if you don't have enough of me today, you can tune in tomorrow morning. I'm heading to Orlando, Florida for the 20grander.com live on BowlStream TV, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Check it out. Go to the Facebook page, click like, and you'll see what's happening. But right now, we got some U12 action. Congratulations to Alex Horton, staying alive. Great tournament, Kyle Toyas. Good finish, a top 8 finish for you this year. So an open frame for Mastriani, 145 in the 9th. Malat had a chance to get back in the match. He goes 6 and what here in the 9th? 6-3. That one might be over. I think Malat's going to have all 3 in the 10th, and Mastriani with a low count open. Elizabeth Kucha, 170 in the 9th. Remember, Gwynn had a 19-pin lead over on the left of our screen. She needs to make this one, and she does. So 165, 184. 7 pins on this ball forces a mark, I believe is what it's going to be. All the final rounds will be on Bowl TV. Every different age group was working their way down to the final 2. And there'll be 2 game total pins again for the championships. CBS Sports tapings happening tomorrow. If you're in the area, come on down and watch it live. So 162 plus 19 is 181. So spare 2 is what Elizabeth Kuta needs coming up here on lane 54. And Elizabeth out of Smyrna, Tennessee. The Smyrna Bowling Center. This is your chance to stay alive in the 2016 Junior Gold. Any mark and 2. And of course it's going to be a 10 pin. That pesky 10 pin for the right-hander. Just one open this game. That split for Elizabeth Kuta. And Malak double 7-129 is 310 for Mastran, but I still think it's enough. We'll find out here shortly. And Elizabeth makes that 10 pin. So 2 pins for the win. Elizabeth Kuta stays alive. April Calatrava spares in the 9th. And I think I'm hearing we have a tie in the Malat Mastriani match. All right. Very interesting. Calatrava had a 31-pin lead. And she has secured the win in the winner's bracket in her match. Elizabeth Kuta advances. Congratulations. And Shayla Gwynn, nice tournament on the final 8 finish. And with that, we are on a break until 4 o'clock. Only a little over half an hour. We're going to re-oil and get set for more matches. Brian, we do not have, you know what? Just for you, Brian DiMuzio. Just for you. I will see if I can turn the camera and get a peek at that. It's a little far away, but we got a little bonus coverage here. 9th and 10th frame roll-off to advance in the winner's bracket. Down on the right side of your screen, you see Gary Brown, tournament director there, getting things set. Jordan Malott sitting down at the table. We can't quite see the pins, and I'll just tell you what's happening. April Calatrava, congratulations, advancing in the winner's bracket still, and Jillian Martin will drop down into the loser's bracket. Jordan Malott out of Austin, Texas. Mastriani will start out of Brooklyn, New York. Here we go. Crossing over, 6-pin for Mastriani, and he missed at 310 in the 10th. Well, Malott had a really tough game, too, in new life here with that open frame for Mastriani. It's tough to see that. You can tell the emotion got to young Anthony, but he's still got a chance here. Makeable spare. Covers a 6. Nicely done. And now Jordan with a chance to get up and just win it right here. That's how this 2-game total pins go. He'll throw 2 frames at once. Yeah, flat 10. All right, got to make that spare. He can get up now and put some pressure on young Anthony. Yeah, beautiful bowling center. Nice couches here. Nice setup at Woodland Bowl. A lot of room on the concourse. Malott shooting this 10-pin. Oh, and he misses it. So even with a double, that would force a mark for Mastriani. Got to get this one, Jordan, and a little slow. Now he leaves a 310. So I got to have a make to force Mastriani just to show up on this second shot. Nine out, 18. 5 pins on this shot. That's all it needs for Mastriani to advance in the winner's bracket. Yeah, 70 lane center here at Woodland Bowl. 1 of 5 that they used for this year's event. And Mastriani down the middle turns around. He says, I got my 5. He didn't even want to watch. Overcome with emotion. You know, and that's good to see. Shows you how much this means to these kids. Jordan is not out. They were in the winner's bracket. So we're off till 4 o'clock with another set of matches here at 2016 Junior Gold. Come back and join us.
No, I don't. I don't think so.
You're missing Victoria and then
Yeah, I've got match 5, match 8, and match 6. I'm missing match 7.
That wraps up our second round of basketball in the U12 division. Just a reminder, we'll start at about 4 o'clock. We're going to re-oil the lanes, 2 more rounds. Come back around 4 o'clock for practice.
Welcome back to Woodland Bowl here as we continue on. Practice is over, I believe. Or are they tricking us? Maybe, maybe not. Well, we'll find out soon. Looks like it's not quite over yet. In elimination matches, Annalise O'Brien, our leader in qualifying coming in. We saw her lose match number 1. She wins match number 2, and she is now taking on Haley Trisky. We've got Brandon Bone against Brandon Caruso in the other elimination match. Malat and Horton, and Elizabeth Kucha is taking on Jillian Martin down on the high end of the house in the other elimination matches. So we're working our way down. We're down to 6 bowlers on each side of this bracket for the girls and for the boys here in the U12 division. It looks like we've got a couple more minutes of practice as we'll let the kids continue on here. We'll take a minute to thank our sponsors again. You see a lot of them out there on the masking units. Storm, Kago, the BPAA, Master, Roto Grip, Pepsi, Bowling.com, of course the USBC. Thanks to all the volunteers to make this event happen. The big staff. I thought I heard 80-some staff members to make this event a go here, scattered across 5 different bowling centers. Doing scores, opening ceremonies, check-in, all sorts of stuff. It's been, I think, about a 10-day event or so, maybe a little more, start to finish here in Indianapolis. Just a reminder, we've got a couple different streams happening here from across the bowling centers in Indianapolis. You go to Bowl TV on YouTube. Open up a couple different browsers. You can watch them all, but we've got elimination matches happening right here in the U12s. There's also U15 and 20 advancers round 2 for the boys and the girls. Not to mention PBA action on Extra Frame. So if you like bowling and like watching it on the live stream, now's the time. Doesn't get much better than this. All right, now they tricked us the first time. Practice is over. O'Brien, Trisky, Bone, and Caruso. The battle of the Brandons over on our left, 53-4. Haley and Annalise on 55 and 56. Find out who's going to start. Get the arrows pointed in the right direction. Winners, there's scholarship money available. Over $300,000 up for grabs in all the different divisions. U12s, U15s, U20s, boys and girls. I'm sure that information is out there. Will be available soon on bowl.com, the full prize fund. Check it out. Nothing to be shy about, that's for sure. Pretty sure the boys will be worth at least $5,000 with us. They've got 1,300 players in that tournament. It might be even more. I don't remember the numbers from last year. So Caruso starts out with a 10-pin. Anna Elise starts out with a 2-pin. And the other two matches are a few pair down. I won't have updates. They're a little too far away to see, unfortunately. But just stick with us and you're going to find out. Right here live on Bowl TV. Craig Elliott from BowlStream TV bringing you the coverage here of the U12s. A couple more rounds to go. We'll be down to our final two in the boys and the girls side to find out who's going to make the TV show on CBS Sports. Will be taped tomorrow. Yeah, they're just getting the scores set here. They had a little error, so I'm making sure we get them up right, and we'll get them set for you. Pop them over here. Getting a little crowded, getting some bumping of the equipment there. We'll try to get things lined up for you. Guess we got to get it all practice mode so they'll keep track of the actual scores here. We're working on it. Hey, you're welcome. It's always a pleasure to be able to come up and provide events like this, seeing the future of our sport here. Monitors are froze up. Scores aren't showing up there. Computers, gotta love them.
Division U12 division, they're going to restart the monitors, restart their scoring system on the phone in just a few minutes.
All right, here we go. We got them going now. Computers, I tell you. And Annalise after a little break, Haley after the break a little bit wide right. So Brandon Bone looking for his first shot of the game. Caruso spares 2 game total pins, and they will advance to bowl. The competitors waiting on the winner's side of the brackets. See who's got a chance to get in the TV shows. The lefty, Brandon Bone. Oh, tripping to 6-8. And Elise comes up a little high. And Haley and Anna Elise are both in the losers bracket. These are elimination matches. And let me check my bracket, see if I can remember who's still alive. Edgar Burgos will take on the winner of the Brandon and Brandon match. Mastriani will take on the winner of the Malott Horton match. And for the ladies, Haley Deem is waiting the winner of this match with Haley and Annalise. And on the other side of the bracket, we have April Calatrava awaiting the winner of Jillian Martin, Elizabeth Kuta. So that's the situation. Yes, that is one of Parker's sons. He has two sons that are pretty good bowlers. So Brandon Bone with a washout. Does not kick it out of the back. Open frame, back-to-back open frames from Brandon Bone on 37 in the third. Caruso up early. And 4 and 4 for Annalise in frame number 5, 72 in the fifth. So Haley Trisky opened up an early lead in her match and tripping out the 4 and the 10 for Brandon Caruso, leaving just a little 7-pin. That ball never caught any friction for Haley Trisky. Brandon Bone out of Jackson, New Jersey. Brandon Caruso from Channahon, Illinois. Favorite bowler is Norm Duke. Annalise, we've talked about before, out of Ball Ground, Georgia. And Haley Trisky out of Minnetonka, Minnesota. And Elise can't get that 7. Hey, rolling back. Oh, no. No luck. Looks pretty even down in the Malott Horton match. Early 20-pin lead for Caruso over Bone here in frame number 6. Well, hey, she called the crossover early on. That ball stopped in the right spot. Brandon Bone stepping back. Thumb hole doesn't feel quite right. A reset. Mastriani, winner's bracket match will be on 53 and 4 against either Malott or Horton. And April Calatrava's winner's bracket match will be on 55 and 6. The other two will be off to our right. Each side of the winner's bracket, they each have to be beat twice to make it to the show. Big shot for Annalise O'Brien. 132 in the 8th, strike up in the 9th. Keeping this match close. 2-game total pins. Brandon Bowen now with a 3-bagger. And Haley just throwing the ball right through that break point. And that's a solid 10-pin for Brandon Bone. Wow. And I'm going to guess the majority of these bowlers are using 15-pounders. And the open frame for Trisky. Back-to-back open frames on lane 56 for Haley. Unfortunate error for Brandon, missing that 10-pin. That stings a little bit. Had a chance to really open up a little lead here. And just giving away a couple free pins for the lefty on that shot. $163 for Trisky. Better shot for Brandon. 184 finish. Yeah, these are 2-game total pins, not one. And Brandon's 184. Brandon Bowen, that is, against Brandon Caruso. Caruso with a chance. There's a big double. He can, one more gets him in the 2 teens. Big shot. And a number 1 seed in her second elimination match, Annalise O'Brien. 178. So 15-pin lead for Annalise. $201 for Caruso. 17-pin lead going into game number 2. Next round is scheduled to start right at 5 o'clock. Seven spare to start game 2 for Brandon Bone. Actually, Parker is up in Welch, Minnesota. He's going to bowl on the TV show for the PBA 50 Scorpion Championship later this evening on Extra Frame. But Uncle Doug is here, Doug Kent, and his mom is here with the rest of the family. A lot of experience in the Kent Bone family. I'm sure they're coaching Brandon on what he needs to do, but ultimately the athlete, whether it's Brandon or someone else, just needs to learn and figure it out for themselves. Oh, wow, that would have been an absolutely brutal six spin if it didn't fall. That was crazy. Caruso starts with a double. Hanging out of that 17-pin lead. A little high for Annalise. So her lead is gone just like that. That 15-pin advantage she had after the first game. Spare strike spare for Haley. And Annalise O'Brien. It's going to be down a couple of pins here. Brandon Bone looking to strike again. He does. Still down 25 in the match. 7 frames to go. Boy, that lane 56 has just been a bugger for Haley Trisky. She just can't seem to get the ball up to the pocket on that lane. That's quite a few shots that just start right and stay right. Not catching any friction to get the ball to slow down and tip up. And solid 9 for Brandon Caruso. A strong young player, though, this Haley Trisky. You heard the shouts, a big split conversion for Jordan Malott. Hey, walking that one out. Nice shot, Haley. Nice 10 pin for Annalise. 55 in the fourth. Got a 4-pin match right now. Brandon Bone converts his spare. MS 10 pin, I think, might haunt him in this match. Looks like we got a little back and forth going on down there from Horton and Malott. Clutch shot, Brandon Bone. 88 in the fourth. A strike here from Caruso, and the game will be tied, and the match will be Caruso's advantage by 17. The ball's got to hang on. Oh, it does. It lays off. Oh, flat 10. Almost looked like it was going to go high for a second. The ball laid off nice, right in the pocket. 9 pin does not fall for Haley Trisky. And a 10 pin given back in the Brandon versus Brandon match. And Haley Trisky a little blushing there on that spare conversion. Got just enough of it. Good comeback for Caruso. And that was just a rocket to the pocket for Trisky. That ball just spun in the oil and just had nothing left when it hit. And you see that 8-10. Tough break. And after all that, just a 7-pin left for Bone. He picks this up. He will still be down 5 pins. I'm going to say these are both going to come right down to the 10th frame. Annalisa Brandt now getting up to try to get right back in this, open up a little lead. That ball's got to hurry. Oh. Remember, she got rid of that 4-9 earlier in her match. Let's see if she can make this 2-4-10. Oh. We're down to a 3-pin match now in the Brandons. And Annalise, that ball's got to get up. Does it 7? Oh, yes, it does. So Haley Trisky down 5. Big shot. She has had a tough go on this lane. That ball's got to get up. All right, 10 pins out, makeable spare. Caruso a little fast. 2-8. Very difficult spare. You can miss this a lot of different ways. And a late 5-10 for Caruso. Big shot now. He can go 226. And he's up 17. That's 243. 248 max score for Bones. So a 3-pin match. Mastriani's coming down here getting ready. Like the Malat match is done. Let's wait to hear who the winner was down there. Oh, Brandon, a great shot. Stone 7. See, he wanted that one. Annalise up 16. So 172 max score for Haley Trisky. That means a 157, 158 is enough for a win. So a spare for Annalise, that's 51. 7 pins on this shot. And you got it by Kimba, right? Or maybe you're answering something. You were answering Brandon Bone, excuse me. But yeah, 7 pins for Annalise. I didn't think you had the math that far ahead of me. And Haley Trisky will be eliminated. And that's a winner. So Annalise O'Brien stays alive. Haley Trisky, great tournament, finished in the 5-6 spots. So 2-12 scratch, and Brandon Caruso will lock up the match. He's on a 196 pace, 226 possible. So this first one and a 10 pin. So Brandon Bone's going to have a chance, I do believe, to get up in the 10th frame to stay alive. Great sportsmanship. Nice hug from Annalise. And Haley there. Great job, ladies. Congratulations. Haley Trisky on a 5-6 finish here at the 2016 U12 division. And Annalise O'Brien, our #1 qualifier, staying alive. Wins 2 consecutive elimination matches. So good count will force a strike on the first shot for Brandon Bone. We saw that 7-pin. He left a 10-pin, almost at 6-pin earlier on this lane. $194 for Caruso. So that means Brandon needs 212. So strike in 7. And Brandon Bone will be the winner. Jackson, New Jersey's Brandon Bone, son of PBA Hall of Famer Parker, coming up here in the 10th frame. Must strike to win and stay live here at Junior Gold. He's got it. Wow. How about that shot? He knew what I was saying. You talk about throwing that Brett Favre heater. Sticking that right in the face mask. Right in that 1-2 pocket. What a shot. 7's a winner. That was an 18-mile-an-hour heater. 8's enough. Wow, what a match. All right. Very, very short break, and we'll get the next round up next. We'll be right back. Alex Horton is still alive. He's taking on Mostriani on that side of the bracket. Brandon Bone still alive. He'll head to the high end of the house. Jordan Malott has been eliminated. And Aliso Bryant heading to the high end. And Hannah Deem coming this way, I do believe. No, Hannah's down there with Annalise. Brandon Bone against Edgar Burgos. Anna Elise against Hannah Deem on the high end of the house. Burgos and Deem need to be beat twice. This is our final four.
On to the television finals, and not they'll be if necessary match immediately afterwards. 51 and 52 and 57 and 58. On lane 53 with Anthony Mastriani. On lane 54, Alexander Horton. On lane 65, Edgar Godoy. On lane 62, Brandon Bone. On lane 63, Hannah Deem. On lane 64, Annalise O'Brien. And on 55 and 56, April Calvert, Altreza, and Elizabeth Kuda. Let's get in one final round of applause. We're going to turn your lane on for 10 minutes of practice.
Ten minutes of practice. All right, this is a chance for the show. Last shot of practice. Alexander Horton, Anthony Mastriani. Horton needs to win twice. Caltrava and Kuta. Kuta would have to win twice. Burgos and Bone. Bone has to win twice. And Deem and O'Brien would have to win twice. Again, 2-game total pins. Here we go. April starts out with a washout. Oh, it's got a chance. Nicely done. Opening strike for Horton, spare for Mastriani. And a pair of spares from Mastriani. That's really the key to his game. He just spares them to death. Pretty simple game. Pretty straight at everything. Kuta opens the second. Caltrava with a 5-8. Brandon Bone opens the first shot, and now we, what is that? 3, 6, 8, 10. 7, excuse me, 3, 6, 8, 7. A 2, 4, 8, 10 version for the right-hander, and the super washout for Horton. And the conversion. Nicely done. And he just like, oh, well, I knew I had it all the way. You just can't phase these kids. It's crazy. 7 spare, 8 spare, 9 spare for Mastriani. That means this one should be a strike, right? Keeping that progression going. Virgo starts front 3. An interesting fact we've got here. Mastriani, Horton, Malott, and Bone. Part of the Dream Team. They're leading the Youth Open, a 24-36 set, leading by 299 pins. That's not too shabby. And Brandon Bone really struggling right now. I think he's got it's tough to come down after that last 10th frame we saw him. I mean, he got up there and did exactly what he did, but that adrenaline rush, you got to learn to control that. That's the thing that these bowlers and athletes go through, the ups and downs, ebbs and flows, if you want to call it that. And Mastriani with the first open. All right, just a 5-pin for April. Oh, not quite textbook, but hey, get those pins to spin. A nice 1-2-8-10 conversion for the youngster. Mastriani looking for that quick double now after that big break. Oh, good shot. Back-to-back good shots. Still hanging on the lead. We're even up now. Super washout and then a washout off the wall for Horton. You see me here talking to himself. What do I do? Do I move? Oh, it's lip reading now. He's definitely going through the progressions on what he should be doing. It's interesting to see a youngster understand what's happening. And another errant shot for Alex Horton, just not getting the ball to read where it needs to. And I think not making the turn. And Mastriani just not able to pull away. He's getting some opportunities from young Alex Horton. Just got to figure out how to capitalize on him. And a strike, and Alex Horton can tie the match up again after his couple tough breaks. Caltrava out of Columbia, South Carolina. Favorite bowler, Dick Allen. Elizabeth out of Smyrna, Tennessee, a Belmo fan. Brooklyn, New York native Mastriani taking on Douglasville, PA's Alex Horton. No slow roll on that 10-pin. Looks like Anna Lee spun up a big game against Hannah Diem. Hannah? We'll go with Hannah. Good observation, Kevin Marcy. He just doesn't seem to be throwing it the way he did a little bit earlier. There's a strike. Only his second one of the game. And as always, great sportsmanship. Mastriani needs a strike. Oh, kicks the 10 out, breaks up the split. Good break. 9-pin advantage right now. 2-game total pins. If Caltrava, Mastriani, Burgos, and Deem win, they all make the TV show tomorrow. If any of the other bowlers sneak out a win, we'll have, if necessary, matches to determine who will make it. Looks like a 38-pin lead for Burgos in the 8th frame over Bone. Mastriani, just that one missed makeable, but not finding the strike line here. We are dead even here in this ladies match on 55 and 6 at Woodland Bowl. Oh, and the chop in a 10, so that's a 155 from Mastriani. I think the theme of that game is he just wasn't able to capitalize on the openings that Horton gave him. Horton can stay clean and actually win the game. 2 game totals, though. But tell you what, Alex has got to feel very fortunate he has a chance to even be in this game, in this match, and a chance to take the lead. +156 for Horton. +1. Here we go, game number 2 for the boys. And we'll try to get a scoring update from the other ladies' match. I think Elizabeth O'Brien is ahead, but I'm not sure. Looks like 172 maybe for Bone. A spare here to be a 2-0. So potential 30-pin lead for Burgos. We'll wait for Mr. Gary Brown to come by and give us some numbers. So 146 for Elizabeth Kucha. And Mastriani still not finding the secret to 10 in the pit. I think he had 2 strikes that game. Maybe not. Maybe just a 1. All right, the 1-2-9 for Caltrava, just 1 strike for April, only 2 for Elizabeth. I think the pressure's getting some of these kids. They know what's at stake here. Oh, that's got a chance. Nice spare. So we got a 1-pin lead for Horton and potentially a 1-pin lead for Kucha now in these 2 matches. Don't get much closer. So I believe it's a 29-pin lead for Burgos. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to watch that. .142. 173-201. Bowen is down 28 to Burgos. And a 4-pin advantage for Annalise O'Brien, 146-142. There's a strike for Mastroianni. I'm going to say that April makes this 5-7. Why not? It's been light pocket all game, all match. Another split for Horton. And if Anthony Mastroianni wants this match, it's time now to jump right on it. He's only down a pin. Had a ton of opportunities. See what I tell you? She covered that. Nice job. Let's give her bonus pins for that. Well, he thought about missing that. Yeah, I think he knew he got a break there. It's 58 in the third. Match is even open though for Horton in the fourth. So a small lead for Mastroianni in the match coming up here in game number 5, and a small lead for Caltrava with that 5-7 conversion. And this one's going Brooklyn. Just a matter of how far. Just a 6-pin for Elizabeth Kucha. There's the strike that Mastroianni's been looking for. Doubling up now on that left lane, lane 53, back-to-back strikes. And that's the secret to his game, is just stay clean, sneak in a couple of strikes. Hopefully a double. He's going to shoot 190s and force his opponent to come after him. This is the type of pattern that plays right into Mastroianni's game. On a house shot, he might have a tough time, but his game is definitely suited for these tougher conditions. He keeps the ball in play, makes his spares. And Brandon Bowen with a late fall of the 7-pin. He just looks like he's out of gas and a little defeated down there. Burgos with about a 40-pin lead in the match. And zero emotion on Caltrava and Kucha here in front of us. And Borgo's just putting a hammer down. Up 3 in the match right now for April Caltrava. Needs to make this spare. Just lost 3 pins a count. Match is dead even, and after a strike, Mastriani still can't find these. I don't think he's struck a lane 54 yet in the match. Wait for that ball return. And Mastriani will take a shot at this. 2-4-5. Brandon Bone with a late 7, a trip 4-7 with a strike in between, a quick 3-bagger. Not out of that match yet, but he's down about 40 still with 5 frames to go. Needs some help. I think Hannah Deem has a slight lead in her match. She has a 4-bagger, but a couple opens around that. It looks like Annalise O'Brien is staying fairly clean. Mastriani needs to stay clean to force a double out of Horton. Horton has not thrown many strikes yet this match. It's a big shot. That looks good. The light mixer. Nice fist pump. Four 9, 7-10. They're just going to take her time on this one. And that changes thing in this match. That's 103 plus 4, 107 in the 7th. That gives April a half a mark lead here. A strike spare, a couple spares, even a couple strikes, that would be huge. 172 max score for Alex Horton, plus a 1 pin lead is 173. So Alex has to strike out to force a mark from Mastriani. It looks like Annalise O'Brien's taken her wrist brace off, and I think she just congratulated Hannah Deem. I'm not sure. Let's wait for the official score. .162 finish for Alex Horton. So Mastriani advances to the TV show. Alex Horton is eliminated. Nice tournament again, Alex. Brandon Bowen was down 28. Match is getting closer for Bone and Burgos. It's not mathematically over. Big shot for Bone to stay in it. Oh, solid 7 for Brandon. And there's a pretty good chance we might have that if necessary match here with Kucha and Kaltrava. So Hannah Deem did indeed win her match. That's a good looking shot. Oh, wow. Horrible break. Looks like Brandon Bone opened the ninth. A late 7-pin for Burgos. So we'll have, if necessary, we'll get some cameras reset, come back with Kaltrava Burgos. It sounds like, Kaltrava and Kucha. And it sounds like Burgos has wrapped his up. So give me a minute, we'll move things around and keep things moving.
teams run past, we're going to congratulate our winners. We're going to TV. We're going to make a little bit of room for Craig to live stream this on Bowl TV.
I think there was a
Final
flag
match
for
will take
girls.
place on 57 and 58.
I think the girls were bowling. I think the undefeated girl lost.
They can get the 3 TV finalists out to the approach area. I'd like to congratulate them on their big wins. The TV show for tomorrow on CBS Sports Network will start taping at 9:30 a.m. And our finalists. And our matchup on TV will be Anthony Mastriani. And Edgar Burgos. And one of our finalists on the women's side will be Hannah Diem. Once again, the tape will start at 9:30 on Saturday at Western Bowl. Just a couple minutes, we're going to get you started up for 10 minutes of practice. And the final match of the U12 division to determine the final advancer to the television show.
No, it's on two girls. Those two are
We gotta have a rule of it.
the whole game.
Well,
Yeah, 9:30, and then you gotta wait. I'm done. You know you're gonna send me that picture, right? Dude, I'm surprised we made it that far.
The girls, April Calatrava, she was the winner and she lost, and now it's sudden death. No, it's still two, but two. We only packed. Pack my stuff? Wait, can I put it in back here? You can get over here, that's fine. Congratulations. Has my My dad's trying to figure it out.
All right, ready to get underway with the April Cartrava Elizabeth Kucha match, if necessary. This is to make the TV show. Mastriani and Burgos will bowl for the championship on CBS Sports tomorrow. Hannah Diem is waiting for the winner of this match. And here we go. Again, congratulations to all the players that have advanced this far in the event. Fantastic job by all. A little bit of work left and a big four to start out for April Cartrava. So we appreciate everybody that's hanging out. As all the finalists have been decided except for this one, Mastriani and Burgos, and Deem will take on the winner of this Cartrava and Kucha match. This is the if necessary. Double elimination, must be beat twice. Down to just one, so we'll make that score bigger for you. Check it out. Follow along. Pick your favorite. Who's going to win? They had a pretty good match the last game. Expect this one to be just as close. Nice shot. Spare so far for Elizabeth. Open spare strike for April. Early 10-pin lead for Elizabeth. Almost another 5-7 conversion. She made one earlier. Come up a little light in that one, unfortunately. Or a little heavy, I guess it would be. Good looking shot, a little high. 31-pin lead with a spare here. And don't chop it. Ooh, just enough. Great crowd support. This place is still packed here watching this match. All the other parents and fans for the previous matches hanging out. And April, I think, just run a gas. You saw she just couldn't quite get a line in when she did hit the pocket that last match. The ball just had nothing left on it. Got another open frame, so this one's getting away from April Keltrava in a hurry, unfortunately. Winner advances to the TV show to bowl against Hannah Diem. Little split conversion to start. A couple of spares, a double, and another spare for Elizabeth Kuta. And she's opening up a very big lead now in this if necessary match. Way to grind back out of a loser's bracket to have a chance to make the show. Let's see what I just mentioned earlier. When she does get the pocket, oh, that's Elizabeth, excuse me. But both of these girls, just not a lot of drive. Their high flush shots are the ones that are carrying those. Even flush pocket or light pocket, just the ball's just not driving through. I think just not enough service on their equipment. They're throwing themselves a little bit of polish. But their game is to make spares. Shoot 160s and make your opponent beat you. And that's proven to be more than enough. And how about that? See, make spares. She's just told one of her parents to settle down. Classic. You don't get that anywhere else. Hey, there's a spare conversion. Come on, how about a smile? Nothing. Nothing at all for April. She's had a long week, as have all these athletes. A lot of them been in town for a week and a half. A lot of games to get to this point. A lot of emotions. Remember, these kids are under 12 years old, 12 and under. And it's tough to get this close. And now in April's position, had a great week. And she's got a ton of work to do now. She's down 52. Let's call it almost 60. And just really doesn't have much for a look. And when she gets there, come on, one time. There we go. So, she can keep it within 50 and hope to have any type of a chance. But it's going to be tough, unfortunately. Good looking shot. That's all she needs to do is stay clean and force April to throw a couple 3-baggers or something to try to catch up and close that gap in the second game. So we'll have at bare minimum a 30-some pin lead going into the second game. Probably going to be closer to 50. And it's time for April just to punt, as they say, and try anything. 201 for April, or Elizabeth Kuta. Very, very nice ball game. So, April just needs to make a ball change and just jam something in that 130 pocket and hope it works. Yeah, the ball's just got nothing left. .151. All right, so 50 pins. Just got to figure out how to make up 51 pins, actually. Again, the winner advances to CBS Sports taping tomorrow for the championship. 2016 Junior Gold, U12s, U16s. The U15s and 20s are at other centers across Indianapolis. They should be starting their early match play rounds as they work their way down to the finalists as well. And this is our final match in the U12s. Mastriani and Burgos will go for the title on the boys' side, and Hannah Diem is waiting for the winner of this match. Hannah out of Seminole, Florida. Burgos out of Puerto Rico. Mastriano out of Brooklyn, New York. Check bowl.com for showtimes. Yeah, there's a mark. All right. Couple spares to start things out for April. Not going away. But she's got to figure out how to get some strikes. And opening double for Elizabeth. How about another spare? There we go. All right. .56 in the third. Down 50. Finally gets a strike. Been a tough couple games for April. She had a great tournament. Just some tough breaks and solid 10-pin there. Oof. Sometimes the pins just don't want to fall. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Nice shot. Well done. Putting the stamp on it now. And there's just not a whole lot that April can do now. Down 62 with 5 frames to go. A little more speed on that one. And I think that's just about going to put the cap on it, unfortunately. We'll watch these last few frames. Hannah Diem awaiting the winner. Looks like it's going to be Elizabeth Kucha. Mastriani and Burgos will bowl for the title on the boys' side. Great week for all these athletes. Over 3,300 bowlers took part in this year's Junior Gold. Thanks to all the sponsors: Kegel, Storm, BPAA, Master, Dexter, Roto Grip, Pepsi, the USBC. Thanks to all the parents for getting these athletes qualified, getting them here, getting them around from center to center, all the hard work and dedication it takes to make that happen. Of course, all the staff at the centers. Woodland Bowl here, been here a couple days now. Staff's been great. All the USBC workers, fantastic week. Of course, the city of Indianapolis as well. And I believe Cleveland next year for 2017 Junior Gold. That sounds like the plan that I heard. Maybe we'll see you there. And I want to thank USBC for allowing me, Craig Elliott from BowlStream TV, to come in again and be a part of this event with the U12s. It's been great to see some of the kids last year, again back this year in this age group and other age groups, and how they are performing here. And looks like Elizabeth might have hurt herself just a little bit. That one hurt, maybe broken nail or just something stung a little bit. Just got to finish the match out, and she's in great shape to have a chance to bowl for a U12 title on CBS Sports. Long week of bowling, a lot of games, 16 qualifying games, 20 plus match play. So we're talking, 30 games plus all the practice here in the last week or so, and whatever other events they may have bowled. All right, nice spare. Last couple shots here for the U12s. Congratulations, Elizabeth Kucha. She will advance. And bowl for a junior gold title. I'm not sure what she keeps looking at there. She doesn't want her cheering section to cheer for her or something. All right, finish strong. Strike in a clean 10th frame. All right, congratulations, April Caltrava, on a 3rd place finish here this year. And 10th frame final shots coming up for young Elizabeth Kucha. .168 last game. So Elizabeth Kucha, you will be bowling for a U12 Junior Gold title against Hennedy. Congratulations, everyone. Great job. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate the support here at Bowl TV.
That concludes our U12
And Gary Brown with final announcements.
Give a big round of applause.
Come on down tomorrow to watch the shows live. If you're around, check it out. Craig Hill at BowlStream T signing out. Join me tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock from Orlando, Florida.